Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to another live stream on the Nitsa Nobel Twitch and YouTube channels. My name is Nobel, and today we are doing our Breath of the Wild fundraiser. And we are fundraising so I can get a new bed, and I realized I hadn't actually shown what I was looking at getting. So, it is this, it is called the, Freehatten. It's from IKEA, and it's a convertible couch bed. So, as you can see, there are two little flappy doos on the side there. You grab those and you pull it out and up, and boom, you have a couch bed. And personally, I like it for a couple of reasons. One, it lets me sit up while I sleep, if I want to do that, just by, sitting on the chaise lounge or on, any of the other parts of it. It also lets me have a wider bed surface, but also I kind of like to lean up against things, so having a nice squishy back wall there with the cushions is going to be great for that as well. And I'm sleeping on a mattress that I've had since 2005, so it is not the most pleasant of things. And we are currently 1/3 of the way there, which I am very happy about and very thankful to all of you for helping us get there. And Crystal, thank you for doing first. I hope you enjoy your golden cookie and your bros. But yeah, we should get into the game. And we are back to doing Breath of the Wild, and the challenge currently is no bows. One last little bit of housekeeping to get to. One way you can support is by going on to the Ko-fi, and there's a post that I made 3 months ago, now, back when we started this fundraiser thing, to get me the new desks and the new bed, which you guys have already fundraised the new desks, and I am loving that. They are really nice. I've been working and streaming at the desk I'm at right now, and right next to me I've got a Gundam desk, and there are going to be some Gundam model kit building videos, things like that, coming out in not too long here. So yeah, I'm very, very happy about that. So what you can do is you can either spend money on Twitch that goes to me, things like bits, or subscriptions, and I will give you the equivalent to those bits or subscriptions from this price sheet here. So 50 cents makes me use an amiibo. You can specify the amiibo, it's just all of the ones that are for Breath of the Wild, or you can have me just grab one at random if you don't feel like specifying. You can then allow me a break, or force me into a further restriction, from the one up top for either 5 minutes, 10 minutes, all the way up to an hour. And it starts at $2.50 for 5 minutes and tops out at 30 minutes for the hour. For 40 minutes, you can pick the next objective. Right now, the objective is to try and get all of the DLC armor. Then you can actually pick my next armor set for the hour, and that will kind of limit where I get to go, and that's okay. You can send me to go fight Ganon for $40, send me Korok hunting for the hour for $45, or you can change the challenge for this stream and all future streams until someone decides to change it for $50. But yeah, all of that money is going into getting the new bed. And if we finish the challenge early and we have to start it over, that's totally cool. If, however, we raise more money than needed, there are more upgrades I do want to get for the room going forward anyway, as well as those are also upgrades for the stream. For example, I want to change out my current mic for a shotgun mic. I want to get a nicer webcam. We've got a 3D model on the way, so some hand tracking would be nice. There are all sorts of extra bonuses that if we end up overfunding, that stuff is going to go to that. And hello, Riley. But yeah, just thought I would let you all know where the money goes. Also, any money I make on Twitch is going also into that. But yeah. Alrighty. We were trying to get somewhere for midnight.
Bonus ducks.
And Borb Girl, thank you for the bonus duck. I think we were trying to get to Hebra Peak for midnight. And indeed, duckies. If I remember what we were up to correctly, that is. We got all of these extra armors. The Southern Sky... Oh, that's the only one we have left.
Why do we all have to wear these ridiculous ties?
I don't know why the fuck doesn't work. Okay. Oh, right, we already done that one. So, yeah, we need to go to Akala. I'll share the golden cookie with Jensen. Aww. Also, will Sharko save the day as easy as pie? And the 9-ball says yes. Nice. I still need to set back up my old chat reader, which would read chat out to me. Hi, Noble. Hi, Shade. How you doing? Oh, there's the Wilhelm scream. I made myself a custom outfit. There we go. There we go. You're a tad anxious. I don't know why some of them work and some of them don't. The ridiculous tie one worked as well. And what are you anxious about, or do you not want to talk about it? Yeah, wing hugs and snuggles sound excellent. Hello, offline guardian. I see. Well, the best thing to do in a situation like that, in my opinion anyway, is to be confident in your ability, you know? I mean, you've seen some of the 3D stuff I've put together, and I'm not particularly good with 3D modeling. You know, I'm just trying stuff out and seeing what works. Hello, Ray Ray. You've arrived. I damn all you pickles. No damning pickles. Pickles are tasty and should not be damned. But hello, can we get a shout out for Ray Ray, please? And a shout out for Jansen and Shade, please, as well? Also, Jensen, how you doing? Oh, I demand all your pickles. I see, I see. So yes, one for Jensen, one for Shade, and one for Ray Ray, please and thank you. Flame Blade, very nice. Sorry, tired. No need for sorries. All right, and there is another spirit orb. Having truck problems again? Oh no, that's no good. Okay. Skull, the eastern sky from the skull's left eye. So north, east. And I think these have to be done at night. They're about shooting stars. You're working on D&D stuff. Oh, nice. There we go, and a little Korok found. I know that's not quite our objective, but see a little puzzle, do a little puzzle, you know? the current objective is to get the DLC armor.
Bean!
That's what the bokoblins seem to be thinking right now. Oh. Didn't realize there's this. I'm not sure what you mean by about a second map. Do you mean like the one that's behind me and the reason we've got one, we've got a second one, or? Ah, okay.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
I mostly have that just because I'm in the way of the main one. I was kind of hoping I'd have a campfire here. Can't move left. Okay, Ziggy. Set a reminder for 5 minutes.
Just a sec. What would you like to be?
Move left.
Set that reminder.
Alright. So if I want to do this, I'm gonna treat it as I can't move left action-wise. I'm assuming a big sweeping right turn is acceptable. Where I basically loop back around to going left. Taking rebooting my phone for my internet to behave. Sometimes the antenna can get a little fouled up. And you are going right. Yeah, that's my reasoning. Can't move link left, so all you can do is move link right. Yeah. Now, I'm assuming in materials menus I'm allowed to move left. So the big reason is antennas aren't actually all that great. So the way your phone's antenna works is that it's a really tiny coil of wire. And that little tiny coil of wire is basically listening out for any kind of signals whatsoever. And when your phone gets those signals on those wires, it tries to parse out what they are. And it'll probably have a little bit of RAM dedicated explicitly to that. And when that little bit of explicitly dedicated RAM gets too full up, you basically have to reset the device. Sit by the fire until night. And there we go. So we can't move Link to the left, so move him to the right. Alright, and I'll get myself turned, so that way this is basically directly in front of me, though slightly to the right. That wasn't me moving, by the way, that was the stick snapping.
This is a move left. This is a reminder. Move left.
And, okay, so we actually got that right at the perfect time, but I have to quickly BRB. Apparently something needs done, so I'm gonna be right back. Alright, I am back, and hello, Thorny Fox in chat. No, the red chest is not a mod. The red chest is for any of the DLC items. On the YouTube chat. In the YouTube chat. The last person to set the objective set it for getting the DLC armors. So that is the new current thing. So not ancient horse rumors. So, the next one is over here at Riverside Stable. But no, it's just the DLC armors. That got me the whatever this armor set is here. The Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Which I want to play the Xenoblade games at some point. Now we've got to ride hard all the way down. All the way down to the stable. I think the 5-minute things are pretty reasonable, you know? 5 minutes isn't that long of a time. Ooh. Mushrooms. I see. I need to ditch the metal shield. And the metal weapon. Currently, the challenge run forbids me from using any bows. And we're trying to 100% the game, which I'm considering having one of every item, fully maxed out armor, having made every recipe, defeated every boss. Basically, all of the thing, if it can be done, I will have to do it. that can be done or it can be gathered, I must. Alrighty. Ah, pushed you too hard. My apologies. Yeah, we've got a little ways to go. Now, what's the best way to go from here? Yeah, I think up and over. Probably through here, though there might be some guardians. I don't know. Alright, so cross the Akala span. Which is still standing, unlike this particular, the Akala Bridge Ruins, which we theoretically could have just gone past, but... Actually, we did just go past them. So yeah, we're gonna keep going down at this fork. And at that fork, we're gonna... Yeah, okay. I've gotten a little too used to an Xbox controller. I keep trying to hit A to back out of things.
Oh. Oh. Huh?
Alright, let me get a little food in me. And Floofy, thank you for the ba-da-da-da. I like this thing. No longer disappointed there's no Zaku Boy sound redeem. Shit, I should do one of those. Ah, fuck. I hadn't even thought of that. Ziggy, set a reminder for 12 a.m.
Sure. Give me a sec. What would you like to be?
Set up a redeem called Zaku Boy, no Zaku.
Set that reminder.
Alright, I don't know, just a character for tomorrow's Blender stuff. I see, I see. Hmm. Just a thought, but why not do yourself? And hello, A-Man1. Thank you for the hydrate and stretch. I shall do that. Alright. Up and left. Up and forward. Up and and thank you so much for the hydrate and stretch. Yeah, and I'm gonna cross over here, and then I want to head south. How I'd model a good mouth on his bowling ball of a head.
I'm doing something extremely wicked. If you're nearby, feel my presence.
Yo.
Whopper, 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 junior, double, triple, whopper, flame ball, taste with perfect topping. I will this day.
Whoa. Ah.
Aw, poor fella. Okay, well... Oh no! Anyway. And, ooh, a half moon cookie. Gonna do some work and sit on a potential idea. Okay. Also, thank you for the Wilhelm scream.
You feel that, girls? Our true power is being restored.
Why no Char laughing either? Character design that I really like, and it's filling me with inspiration. Ooh, nice. Okay, well, I'm gonna just mark this as a shield shop. Ah, okay. Co-fronting with Looney. I'm not sure who is doing said giggling. Or how to pronounce the prefix to that. My only guess is that it's vampiric, but with a DH instead of a V? Which I guess would mean Alucard? Ah, okay. And Lunar Blade, thank you for the 1 month sub. By the way, what would you like for your 1 month sub? You can have, and actually, we're getting to the shill point anyway, so thank you for opening this up. So, right now, we are currently saving up, or at least I am, and I'm trying to fundraise, so we can get so I can get myself a new couch/bed, which is this little number from IKEA. So far, we're 33.333% of the way there. So we made it a third of the way, which is absolutely lovely. And ways you can help me do this is by, well, supporting the channel. Watching on Twitch sends more people my way, which generates ad revenue. Subbing to avoid the ads just gives me more money in my pocket at the end of the day, which is also nice, though I don't get those until the ends of the month. But it is all very much appreciated. Or you can go over and donate to the Ko-fi, or you can drop bits, which I get also at the end of the month. But What you can get is if you spend equivalent to 50 cents, you can make me use an amiibo either by specifying or redeeming it. And if you want to spend more money, that can get you more amiibos. You can also, for $2.50, I know, Lunar, I know, and I appreciate that, but you also get a little something for it. For $2.50, you can either open up the restrictions on bows for 5 minutes, or add a new restriction for 5 minutes, increasing in increments of 5 all the way up to 60 minutes at $30. Additionally, you can pick the next objective for $40. The current objective is getting all of the DLC armor. You can pick my next armor set for an hour for $35. You can send me to go fight Ganon for $40. You can send me Korok hunting for an hour for $45. Or you can change the challenge once per stream for $50. Once someone has done that, it can't be done for the rest of the stream, and we'll go on to the next stream. But, yeah. So, Lunar, if you want any of those as well, you can go right ahead and do that. And same for you, Anubian. If you want, specifically Lumi and Alucard, you can do that as well. But, yeah, I should get back into the game. This ends my hourly shill. You two both have, well, you guys know how much the subs cost. I actually don't. I can grant you a boon. You can give me amiibos, or you can loosen up restrictions as well. $10. Then that would mean that you can either give me $10 worth of amiibo, or a 20-minute use of bows. Okay. How much you said for the bow thingy, but maybe I'll do that. I don't have a bow equipped. Feck. Now bum rush a divine beast. Okay, I will do that. I actually only have one last divine beast. And the main reason I'm not doing it is because bow combat is necessary. Mine was 648 after tax. All right, well then, you can use the 648 thing. I don't know what the difference in prices is about. So, yeah. Ziggy, set a reminder for 20 minutes called bows.
1 sec. Set that reminder.
Ziggy, set a reminder for 5 minutes called jump. And hello, Scooters.
Careful, that spear has a long reach.
Set that reminder for 5 minutes from now.
Okay, I need to grab this bow. And hello, Scooters. How you doing? I hope you're doing well. It has been a while since I've seen you. You're good, thanks. How was your Christmas? It was excellent. And can we get a shout out for Scooters, please, and thank you? Restrictions will make the playthrough harder. Yep, though that the challenge can be changed throughout the set, the playthrough.
Careful, not much room to operate.
Alright, I've got to eat something.
Protect yourself.
How is your Christmas, Scooters?
Now it's your turn.
Shit, that was a jump. Goofy, I will reset that timer. Ziggy. Set a reminder for 5 minutes.
Just a second. What would you like to be?
Jump for 5 minutes.
Set that reminder. Minutes from.
And I'm glad it was good, Scooters. You deserve a good Christmas. Everybody does. Or whatever denominational holiday they celebrate, you know? And spending it with family is, I think, an excellent way to do it. I will also get your points refunded for the jump, Luffy.
Hello, Link. Because of your courage, my spirit is now free. And Ruta as well. Thank you. For I am now allowed by this freedom to be with you once again.
And hello, Kana. How you doing?
Since I am now a spirit, my healing power would be wasted on me. I have no need of it. So therefore,
Indeed.
I would like you to have it.
And yes, it's Mifa.
Please accept Mifa's grace.
Yeah.
This is a jump and help the Scooters.
Yesterday,
This
I
is
was
a
awash in a pool of
jump and help
tears.
the Scooter.
I had nearly given up hope
I
and
guess it
resigned myself
picked up
to
the
being trapped here
the hello
as a
Scooters.
spirit for the rest of eternity. But now you're here. All this time, my hope was to see you once more. Promise me that you will not hesitate to call upon my power if you ever find yourself in need. Knowing that will let my spirit rest in peace. I must go. Ruta and I have our roles to fulfill. We are both honored to be able to play the role of support. We'll annihilate Ganon together. Farewell. Save her, Link. Save the princess. Save Princess Zelda.
How have you been? I have been good, and I figured it was you, Kana. Because you're Kana on Discord, not Katana. Or not Katana. There's actually still a clip of me around on the channel where I go, "Arara, little Kana." And there is Varuta. And I'm glad you like the new avatar. It's actually potentially on the way out.
This is a reminder. Jump for 5 minutes. This is a reminder.
Ruta,
Jump for
you
5
found
minutes.
a way to be useful
Ziggy,
to Link, and
is that a
to
reminder
the
for 5
champions,
minutes?
of course.
Just a second. What would you like to
Our
do?
job will be to help Link
Shark
as he
talk.
fights Ganon inside the castle, however we can.
Set that reminder. Minutes from
Using your ability to drain Ganon of his power is This is it. This will be our last chance, and everyone's last hope. If we seal him away, then we can restore peace to Hyrule. And both your duty and mine will be fulfilled. Father, are you well, I wonder? I want you to know I have always followed my heart. I'm sorry I made you worry. I wish I could see you again. Even just once more.
Link. Link. Thanks to you, all of the divine beasts have returned to us, and the spirits of the champions are free. We will all be awaiting your clash with Ganon at Hyrule Castle.
This is a reminder. Shark Talk.
And the translator is back online.
This is a reminder. Shark Talk.
Now, I want to make sure that the... Yeah. So, copy of the Super Rumor Mill EX. Definitely not Nintendo being a little tongue-in-cheek. And I've been banned from opening menus. No! Ziggy. Set a reminder for 5 minutes.
Just a second. What would you like to be reminded of?
Menus.
Set that reminder.
Ah, and where a menu would be really handy. Okay, Floofy, what counts as a menu? I want you to define that real quick. Like, does an NPC's dialogue count as a menu? Any selection box. Okay. So, this brings up a little box when I hit examine. It gives me 2 options. Does that count as a menu? Menu? Okay. Then Beedly definitely counts as a menu. Feeds you to the Guardian. No, I've avoided it. I can't do any cooking, because that's a menu. I suppose I can take this wooden mop. I don't feel confident enough in my ability to do that. This is mine! I have taken it.
Oh.
Oh, fuck, that's not what I was trying to do. Smack the bird, smack the bird. What I want to see.
This is our menus. This is a reminder. Menus.
Okay, there we go. Now I can go about my business. Okay, you might not be what I'm looking for. You might not be. Oh, why did you get swarmed? It's what happens when you hit the cuckoos. I wake the moment I sleep. My mind is full of rumors.
This is a
These
reminder.
are gossipy.
Bows.
Tracy here. Fun
is a
folks
reminder.
keep up with dream
Bows.
rumors too, don't you? This one's so good, it might as well be a dream. Listen up, history buffs. Tidbit about a brave soldier who tragically got wiped out during the Great Calamity. Regards, who protected the royal family. Amongst Hyrule soldiers, only the best had the honor of guarding the royal family. Apparently, the equipment they wore can still be found somewhere in Hyrule Castle. Maid spoke of treasure near the dining hall, in the guard's chamber, and on the second floor. Okay. So now, dining hall, guard's chamber, and on second floor of Hyrule Castle.
Ah.
Yes, I want people to be boarded.
Oh. Mm.
Alright, so we've got to head into Hyrule Castle for some armor. There we go. And Lunar, thank you for the head pats.
It is my pleasure.
Alright, well I made it to that one's range. Never understood the Guardians. What's the lore behind them wanting to vaporize Link? They've been corrupted by Calamity Ganon. You would think something that big and supposedly very techy, it's built by Hylians, is not easy to fuck with their minds. Yeah. Oh my goodness, I literally have 3 of them all trying to hit me now. Ah, fuck. I'm gonna have to deal with them on the climb up, too. Fuck it. I'll take my chances running through the Plague Slurry. I'm not dealing with those. Yeah, like old as balls. Wouldn't they know if he could fuck with the Guardians? So the Guardians, I think, as I understand it, were built after Ganon's first war with them. They were built as a defense mechanism. I don't think they are actually Ganon proof. I'm not sure there is anything as strong as them, though. It's possible that they never really got field testing up until... Oh, I'll be right back. Did I mention there's Lionels in the castle? Logistically, I think it would make sense to build something that's strong to not easily compromisable. Maybe it's just me and not wanting to play Breath of the Wild because I keep getting killed by them, maybe. That's totally fair. I just always figured there wasn't anything strong as him to test against. Fuck. Like, try building a weapon for the strongest thing you've ever fought. You know, but now you can't test against that strongest thing you've ever fought again. So you build the strongest weapon that you can, but you can't A/B test on it up until, you know, like, you actually fight it again. That's really understandable. Also, can we get a shout out for Lunar, please? I'm not sure if I've asked for a shout out for Lunar, but can we have one? Dining hall in the guard's chamber and on the second floor. I can't use bows. And I should put on my most durable gear. Apparently this combo. I thought the restriction was lifted. The Master Sword yet? I have not. The restriction was lifted for 20 minutes. That wasn't what I was trying to do, but not a bad place to have ended up. And this is not a bad place to load up on food. Can I use mine to do that, or is the 20 minutes both of ours? No, it was just the one of yours. You're free to do that as well if you'd like, though I don't really need a bow at the moment. And the cheese will help 45. Thank you for the follow and welcome on in to the Hedron Cocktail Lounge. Hope you enjoy your stay here. Somewhere in this dining hall is supposed to be a chest. $32 is not bad. Hello to you as well.
Mifa's grace is ready.
Maybe there's another part to the dining hall?
Urbosa's fury is ready.
Okay, that wasn't what I was trying to do. That's not that good. We'll take the bomb arrows, though. But, yeah, how you doing, Cheese? I hope you are doing well. This seems to be some sort of stairwell. Isn't quite what I was looking for. So, let's see here. Dining hall, guard's chamber, and on the second floor. Alright. Let's see, is there anything movable in here? Anything stasisable in here? Nope. Okay. Crazy thoughts such as... Five-hour energy? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that counts as a crazy thought. And I would counsel against that. That sounds like a suboptimal idea. It's a bad idea. I would go with suboptimal, but I can't say bad is a wrong description of it. I see. That is not good. I'm upgraded to extra large coffees. I mean, that's always what I order, because it is the most coffee per dollar, but, you know. BOTW. Dining. All. Think about it, fried eggs are the same thing as fried chicken, but the age is different. That is a funny thought. And no, it's not. You're not doing it bad. Ah, okay. Goober.
Barbosa's fury is ready.
Okay, so I need to find a bombable wall in the area of the dining hall. It's not in the dining hall, it's around the dining hall. Clear. Your camouflage didn't work because I have a thing that counters your camouflage. But I have the Champion's Ballad DLC. I'm pretty sure I bought it anyway. We're gonna take a very quick break while I check to see if I actually did buy the Champion's Ballad DLC. California Girl were unforgettable, and my brain is honestly doing something similar. So I'm just gonna quickly see. If I bought the Champion's Ballad DLC. I'm pretty sure that I have. Okay, what's going on here? Okay. Yeah, I've got it. I don't know what's up with it. And I've gotten other DLC chests. Copper, you have rotated me. Hello. Can you get a shout out for Copper, please? Maybe it's just another wall. Maybe it's just a different bombable wall. Thank you, I need more clips. You do, we need more cute copper moments. Okay, Champion's Ballad. Yeah, we've gotten all of these. They're all available and installed. Okay. Okay. So if I understand what the article is saying correctly, I did walk right past the right one. No, that's a rusty claymore. Oh, there's another bombable wall. Okay. Clear. Lick, 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 lick. Hello, Scratchy. There's what we're looking for. The Royal Guard uniform. And the next we're looking for is in the guard's chamber. But I suppose we should wear the appropriate attire since we're doing this anyway. I should eat a little bit. Camp. We can't get through there due to the Malice Wall. What I can do is get around to the other side of it. Alright, and so I'm gonna head down these stairs first. Okay, and we're looking for a room labeled Guard's Chamber! Huzzah! And this looks like the chest I'm looking for. Oh my goodness. The Royal Guard boots. Yes, okay. I love the way those look.
It is my pleasure.
There we go. Let's see, how good is this Royal Claymore? It's as good as the one I've got currently, which is a 52, so I'm going to jettison this 12-tier sword in favor of the Claymore. Ooh, a toasty silent shroom. Nice. Now we need to get to a nebulous second floor, which to my mind is up there. but I don't know. That might be actually the entrance area. That might be Zelda's chambers. I'm not sure. My only other guess is that the second floor refers to this little area here. So I'm going to check where that area particularly is located. Oh shit, it's the second floor of the fucking sanctum. Shit. Oh, never mind. The exit is actually up the way I thought it was. Alright, I'm gonna do myself a little favor. Grab the Zora armor. This is gonna let me shoot myself up. To here. Oh, hey, look, a little Korok seed. Alright, well, I'm gonna need the not the swim speed up. I need the ability to go up waterfalls. Back. Let's see, I've got some of this. I got some fish I can eat. And I suppose I should switch back to the Royal Guard year. There we are. We've gotten all the pieces of the Royal Guard uniform. I'm gonna save because I have a very, very stupid thought occur to me. Well, that was potentially the least bad way I could have expected that to go. It just chewed through a bunch of health. Let us leave the area now. Alrighty. Well, it is time again for the hourly shill, right as we completed a set of armor. So, yeah. So, we are currently, or by we, I mean I am currently attempting to save up so I can acquire this, the, Frihetten, which is a couch bed from IKEA. The little flappy doos that you can see on the side there, what you do is you grab those, and you pull them out and pull it up, and you've got a 2-person wide bed, or you can leave it in and treat it as a couch, or a 1-person wide bed. This would be great for me for a number of reasons. For one, I like to sleep sitting up sometimes. Sometimes it's just the most comfortable position to sleep in. A chaise lounge is nice to sit on. And, I like to sleep with a firm barrier up against the side of me. And so I'd probably end up spending a lot of time sleeping leaned up against that. With the chaise lounge and stuff, I could store a bunch of plushies on it and things like that, and it would be absolutely lovely. And I'm sleeping on a bed that I've had since 2005, since I was 5 years old. I was a wee baby Sharko, basically, when we got that. Now, thanks to the wonderful generosity of people on here, I have so far raised a third of the total value of the couch, which is absolutely lovely. It is very kind of all of you, and it means so much. Now, if you want, you can spend bits or follow with a sub or something like that to send some money my way for that. But additionally, you can go over to the Ko-fi that puts the money in right away and gets it put up on the tracker right away. And if you do that, you can get rewards in the game. You can make me use an amiibo for 50 cents. 50 cents per amiibo. So if you want to, say, put in, $5, then that would get you 10 amiibos. You can put a 5-minute restriction on me for $2.50, and they go up in increments of 5 minutes, all the way up to 60 minutes. That's 1 hour for 30 minutes. You can set the next objective. The current one is finding all of the DLC armor for $40. You can pick my next armor set for the next hour for $1.35. You can send me to go fight Ganon for $40, and I'll have to climb all the way up the castle. Taking the proper road, not just my hodgepodge climb, for $40. You can send me Korok hunting for an hour for $45, or you can change what the challenge is. Currently, it is a no bows challenge, and you can do that once per stream for $50, and it is safe until the next stream. So if you are really itching to get one in, but it's the last hour of the stream, what you can do is you can say, hey, have this apply for next stream. And and it'll get it protected that stream, you know? But, yeah. Anywho. Back to the game. And so we've gotten the Royal Guard set, so let's see the next one. Merchant Hood, somewhere in the Dea Village ruins. I don't know where that is. I guess if I haven't marked it, then it won't be obvious. So let me look up where the Dea ruins are. And I'm sure as soon as I see them, I'll go, oh, there. Ah, okay. They're near Dea Lake. I didn't check where they were on the map. We still have to do some looking for them, but just in case. Just in case I do have it, I'll still have I have found Dea Lake. I will have to scan the map for it manually. Zello Pond. I thought that said Zolo Pond for a moment. Okay, so I don't have it on the map, so let's see where it is located. Okay, it's in Western Nicladia. So, in Nicladia, Western Nicladia. I'm gonna guess maybe here. That one up there is for the Hebrew Mountain. I've already done the thing there. Oh. Fuck, it put a pin on it. Never mind. Okay, Sharkaway is not always that smart. I look for it, I tab back and forth for it. Thank you for the head pat, Lunar. Uber Sharko gets the head pats. Oh, well, thank you. Apparently it was a...
The blood moon rises once again.
They are supposed to be why. I'm assuming you got an ad that was medical misinformation?
Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Ah. Ah.
About the parasite that caused 9 on YouTube. No.
Yeah.
So there might actually be a parasite that causes diabetes. I don't know. Were they purporting that all diabetes is caused by parasites, or? Because if that's the case, that's ridiculous.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna have to take this road. I'm gonna have to rough ride and then take the Proxima Bridge. Okay, the Eastern Outpost ruins. Now... gotta take the Proxima Bridge. Ziggy, is there a parasite that can cause diabetes?
Research suggests potential. Studies show diet. Though it's unclear if parasites directly susceptible.
Watch it as much as I can stand, and yeah, they say type 2, some pancreas parasite. Okay. Then that is actually misinformation, at least going based off of what the robot just said there. Like, I could believe that some parasites could interfere with the function of the pancreas. enough to induce diabetes, because there are parasites that can induce an inability to digest meat.
Mika's grace is ready.
Okay. This book always here? Let's see, the first page. Hidden the 6 priceless relics I stole from Hyrule Castle and Treasure Chest. I shall write their location down their locations. Misco. Page. Traveling Merchant's hood is in the right hand of the dragon that consumes the Spring of Courage at Dakuza Lake. Okay. The blue garb of the hero who controlled the wind and traveled the ocean is where the Minoat River was born. The helm of the self-proclaimed King of Shadows is in the swamp of the Valley of Dead Trees south of Dueling Peaks. The spirit's armor set is hidden within Faron's Sea of Trees. Find these pieces at the highest of 3 waterfalls, north of Lake Floria. At the bridge between small waterfalls and over the Foria River, and at the east broken stone bird of Ibarra Forest. EX2 is all that's written on the last page. What could it mean? Okay. Okay, all of these are pointing to Dea Village ruins, but we're looking for the Spring of Courage at Dakuza Lake. Okay, Dakuza Lake. This is where we want to go next. So I guess it wasn't too far off. Bullshit psycho science thing talking about real extracts and conspiracy styles. The industrial spends billions to keep you sick. Okay, so I want to start by saying I don't agree with any of the alternative medicine, right? But one thing that I do know, and this has been proven in court, but the insurance industry, specifically the insurance industry, would rather sell you higher priced medications that will not cure you but will manage your symptoms than they will spending less money to cure you of illness. This has been proven in court. Multiple insurance companies will do that, where it's like, this thing is either treatable with this medication or curable with this medication, and a lot of insurance companies will only cover treatment. For them, their business model is entirely built on keeping you ill, right? But for drug manufacturers, for researchers, for doctors, there is actually more money in getting you well, which would include curing you. So, I fully understand people have reasons to be suspicious of the medical industry. Some people and some groups more so than others. But this particular person being suspicious of the medical industry, I think, is laying the problem at... Ooh. I need to cook some stuff. They're blaming the wrong part of the industry. you know? Like, because here's the thing, if drug manufacturers currently manufacture a treatment for something, right? Like, an example that comes to mind is, let's say they manufacture a treatment for, arthritis, right? Now, it's debatable whether or not arthritis cures really exist, right? There are some that have in experimental trials, like, there are patients who have had arthritis, and then it has been cured, right? They no longer have it. So that's great and all, but a lot of those big cures are expensive. But if they could genuinely develop pills, right, then for them, they basically have you over a barrel to charge as much as they want. Finding a cure is the kind of, for like a disease that, you know, that causes mankind massive issues. For the scientist who discovers it, is you are getting a Nobel Prize and the grant money that comes with it. You're probably getting a MacArthur Genius Grant. You know. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking out loud for a minute here, you know. Like, you are walking away with a MacArthur Genius Grant. You're walking away with a Nobel Prize, probably in science or medicine, right? You have work now? Okay, hon. Have a good one. You know, for whatever manufacturer sponsored that and now has the rights to whatever you discovered, they are going to make a shitload of money. Like, from the perspective of everyone involved in the medical field, be they manufacturers, be they distributors, be they whatever, curing you, oh, they've got you over a barrel, right? You know, the researchers want to invent life-saving cures, to get recognition, to get the grants that come along with that. The companies that are sponsoring those, well, holy fuck, they get a lot of money out of that. You know, they get a lot of public goodwill, they get a lot of money to do more research, they get a lot of money to pay their executives big bonuses. So, the incentives are set up such that if cures are discovered, they are the most profitable thing you can have. Because most treatments, especially for incurable conditions, are long-term, right? You can't really gouge people for long-term things without the government, in most functioning countries, stepping in to regulate that gouging, right? You know, but if you have a cure, well, it's only one dose, and insurance companies can cover it, and, you know, that's up to the insurance companies to work out how they want to deal with the customer, or it can be financed long-term through medical debt. There are all sorts of ways that a drug manufacturer could make oodles of money. You know? Like, even if they said, you know, we want, you know, like, if you were to finance a one-time use cure, right? And I'm gonna go with something a little bit absurd, but still not fully unreasonable. Let's say they want to charge $95 for the next 18 months for this drug, right? They give you once and it's a one-time cure. They've made $2 grand off of you. They have made $2 grand off of you. Where to make $2,000 off you with most any other long-term medication, they've got to gouge and nickel and dime you for everything that you've got. And at the end of the day, they're left with very unhappy customers who are very happy to jump ship, even if they want to charge, let's say, $200 a month for the next 18 months as their charge off, right? Like, and your insurance company, well, they're going to be the one who's actually tasked with financing this absurdly high payment thing. So they're where the holdup is going to be. And they are, historically, where the holdup is. They are where all of the slowdown in treatment comes from and things like that. So. Like, am I saying that there's absolutely nothing to, unless it's anything gender affirming related, however much, I'm expected to pay like 10K plus 60 consultation fee with 13% provincial tax on items separately out of pocket. Yeah. That's the case here in Canada. And one thing with some amount of the gender-affirming stuff is it's relatively cheap, which is why a lot of them are willing to cover it. Specifically for any sort of MTF treatments. Like, let's say I was buying what I'm taking out of pocket, right? Which is... I'm taking E, right? Because I'm a trans femboy. I would be paying about $30 a month for those, which isn't bad. When we look at upping the dose, it would probably be somewhere closer to $60. Now, that is not bad, all things considered. But yeah, a lot of medication doesn't get, like, there are a lot of medications out there that do exist that can help with treatment and things like that, but patients don't often get access to them because of insurance companies. Alright, I've got almost 3 pages of food. I'm gonna call that good. That's fair. I am on pills done sublingually. Because I can't do injections. I cannot. Needles make my brain scream. I have some amount of medical trauma responsible for that. One of the most formative memories is feeling something about the size of a toonie gouged into my my butt, which I happen to know was a vaccination. And apparently ever since then, Anytime I had to go to the doctor when I was a kid, I was like so upset and worried that they were gonna try and do another needle in me or blood work or things like that. It actually still affects me as an adult today. And I've had some doctors kind of annoyed with the solution that I have. Which is, I don't want to know what the fuck you're doing. I trust that you are a competent doctor. I knew what the procedure I was coming in today for was, be it blood work, be it, you know, whatever. I am aware of all of the risks involved. I give my consent for this to happen. I'm going to sit here, lay down, watch something on my phone. My arm is here. Don't tell me what's happening. Let me know when I'm done. You know, I want to not know what's happening because, see, I am of the opinion that information is useful, but unfortunately the information that a needle is about to go into my body is like a cognito hazard for my brain, which makes it freak out. And now, it was one of this thing's hands. And I've had doctors get very royally annoyed with me. Over that, and they're like, "Well, you're an adult. You shouldn't be acting like a child." I'm like, "I'm sorry you feel that way. I have this bit of medical trauma, and I recognize vaccinations and whatnot as a very necessary part of herd immunity." How? The right hand of the dragon that consumes the spring of courage. Okay, so if this is the dragon that consumes the spring of courage, and it is, so is this the correct dragon? You know, I've had doctors give me a hard time about it. You know, "Oh, you're acting like a child, blah, blah, blah." And it's like, well, I have medical trauma relating to this. You know, my job for society in this instance is to come in and get vaccinated, or, you know, my doctor ordered blood work and I'm trying to be a good patient, but I need certain... Oh, there it is. I need certain things from you, and one of them is to not know what the fuck is going on. Well, that wasn't what I thought it was. You know, and my response the few times I've had doctors give me a hard time about that is, "I'm sorry I'm not your ideal patient, but I am the patient you have today. So, you have two options. Either you can deal with the ensuing panic attack that is going to happen if you attempt to inform me of what's happening. Or you can do what I've asked, which is to not tell me anything. And it's your choice. The ball is in your court. I'm walking out of here with the procedure that I need done. The question is, how easy are you going to make it on yourself? And the few times I've been blunt about that, they've very quickly smartened up. Where the Minota River is born. Alright, so where is the Minota River? Yeah, that's the Squabble River. Like Hylia. Minota River. Now, it could mean Cora Lake. I'm going to assume it's Cora Lake. So that would mean from here I need to continue on down and across. All right. Now, I don't know if it's childish to not want to be not want to be vaccinated, but not want to hear about, you know, the process of getting vaccinated or getting my blood drawn or whatever. You know, it's like, I know what I need to do in order to, you know, make, you know, drawing the blood or getting the vaccine as, you know, as easy as possible and as pain-free as possible and as easy on the doctor as I can, you know, where it's not something where I've had to fast from everything. I've had that once where I couldn't drink any water or eat anything. It's sometimes difficult because one of the things that you are supposed to have is, generally, when you're going to do blood work, is, drink a good amount of water beforehand, and you know, the main reason for that is just because it gets more fluid in you, which then makes taking fluid out easier. Moving your arm about and stuff like that. You know, for going to get a vaccine, it's, you know, relax your arm wherever you're gonna get it in. I usually get it in my left arm, you know, and just, you know, be calm, don't be tense. And it's like, you know, I do all that work up front But that conscious thinking about it and doing the work to make sure that, you know, I'm prepared and it's well taken care of, it does make me anxious. It gets me thinking about it, it increases my stress in my brain, and makes me more about it. So, you know. By the time I get there, I'm very worked up about it, and the easiest thing is just like, I don't want to know what's going on. Just, how's the game? You know? What's your sport? How were the kids last night? You know, just, you know, simple chit-chat type thing, or, you know, I watch something on my phone, or whatever. You know, I don't want to know what's going on, you know, just let me know when we're done, type thing. You know, the reason I got from one doc about why they didn't particularly like it was that, in their opinion, you know, what I was requesting would require them to break what are classed as informed consent laws, where people are supposed to know what's going on, and it's like, right, but like, people sign waivers when they go to do surgery, and that's considered a form of informed consent. But personally, I want as little information as is viable. You know, I think there are a lot of rules in place for a lot of reasons, but if they're not serving to help, then I think they would be better off. Okay, I think I need a higher swim speed. to overcome the water. Please have an internal cave here. No, okay, I think I need to move by ice then. Alrighty, and now I can plunk the chest down there. And there we go. This new outfit I'm putting together is certainly something. I really need to modify this chair at some point. Alright, and let's check the next one, which is... Okay, Outpost Ruins, which I think... Huh. I'm gonna warp on over. And it is time for our little hourly shill. So, currently, we are trying to save up, and by we, I mean me, are trying to save up for this couch bed from IKEA, which is going to be nice for me since I've had the same bed since I was 5, and it's not all that good. And you can help in a couple of ways, either by watch and stream, which is very much appreciated, and I thank everyone who does so. Secondly, you can subscribe or not subscribe. You can subscribe. You can send some bits my way, and that all helps as well. Additionally, though, if you want to get more rewards in the game, you can swing on over to the Ko-fi, where you can, for 50 cents, get an amiibo. You can give me either a boon or a restriction from the challenge for 5 minutes for $2.50, working your way all the way up to 60 minutes. That's 1 hour for $30. You can pick the next objective. Right now, we're trying to get all of the DLC armor for $40. You can pick my next armor set for 1 hour for 35 minutes. You can send me to go fight Ganon for $40. You can send me Korok hunting for an hour for $45, or you can change the challenge for this stream and the rest of the streams until someone else does it again for $50. So yeah. Just thought I would shill for that, but it is time to get back into the game. And we've got to head to these outpost ruins. All right. And now we've got another copy of this book. I hid the 8 price acrylic I stole from Hyrule Castle in treasure chests, or should write down their locations. The ancient last mine lies at the ruins where soldiers gathered, visible from the waters of Lake Colomo are visible. From there, the waters of Lake Colomo are visible. The green garment of the man who wished to be a fairy are hidden in the ruins of Hyrule Fields. Find these pieces at the ruins where trade flourished. At the ruins where sinners were imprisoned, and at the village ruins next to the farmland where many people once gathered. Are there any more? The Princess of Twilight, whose stories were handed down alongside those of the hero of Twilight. Her helm can be found at the temple ruins soaked in the waters of the Regency River. Armor worn by fierce phantoms feared even by heroes is hidden in the ruins of Hyrule Fields. Find these pieces at a battleground where brave soldiers tested their skills, at ceremonial grounds where royal guards are honored, and at the ruins where the soldiers of Hyrule gathered. Alright. So then... Alright. At the ruins where the waters of Lake Colomo are visible. Ah! My eyes have been googlied. Where is Lake Colomo? Ah, Lake Colomo. So if it's where soldiers gathered at Lake Colomo, it's probably the little fortress thing there, but... I don't know for certain. Googly nerd, indeed. And no way to do it but to do it, so... let's go check. And I've got the little Bonnie helmet. Bonnie. Silly little guy. That wasn't going to work out for him. Now, I suspect it's this ruin here. And if it's a barracks, then I know I'm right. But... Garrison, okay. Garrison isn't necessarily the wrong place, either. Okay. Okay, so what was it specifically? At the ruins where soldiers gathered, from there the waters of Lake Colomo are visible. Okay, well, a garrison would be a place where soldiers gathered. From here, the waters of Lake Colomo are absolutely visible. So somewhere around here should be... Unless whatever structure it was a part of collapsed. And it might be here in the water, so that's why I'm going around checking. So there's a watchtower there, and there's more of a watchtower here. Still standing as something of a tower. I'm gonna be right back, chat, but I'm unsure of where to go. I'm just gonna use the restroom on my BRB. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Seriously though, where is that? Okay. I'm gonna try and check the interior of the structure again. Maybe there's something I missed in here. Okay, no. Gonna make ramen. And the 9-ball says that it looks good from here. Oh, son of a bitch. Alright. There we go. There we go. That's another one of the DLC outfits all taken care of. Alright. So, in the ruins of Hyrule Field, find these pieces at a battleground where brave soldiers tested their skills, at ceremonial grounds where royal guards are honored, and at the ruins where the soldiers of Hyrule gathered. So, Hyrule Fields and a place where they gathered, that could very well be there. Why do modern movies always have constant high bass noise constantly for every single bit of action? Because people want to make use of their subwoofers. And apparently, having bass so loud that it literally starts to rattle your television, is a good way to do that. It's actually a problem of modern sound mixing. Movies historically were not going to be played on very good equipment. And they knew that. So they were often mastered for what's called the speaker. Alright? There are three, technically there are more than three. There is the there are tweeters, which are speakers that specialize in really high-pitched sounds and often sound a bit like shit if they're not made well. You've got the woofer, which is the one that specializes in being low. You've got the speaker, which specializes in being in the human speech range, and so is probably the most versatile out of all of them because it can handle semi-high-pitched sounds and semi-low-pitched sounds without problems. And then you've got the subwoofer, which handles all of the super low stuff. And see, traditionally, most theaters would have, because most theaters would put on plays, they would host lectures, they would do things like that, and so they would have nice big banks of speakers. And if they were hosting live music or things like that, they would most often be loud enough inside of a theater hall that you didn't need anything more than that. But to boost a normal human's voice for plays, for speeches, for lectures, for informative presentations, whatever, a bank of speakers was nice. And very often, those amphitheaters, which is what they're called, would be converted to also have movie functionality. And so, what were you going to have? Well, you'd have speakers. And so, most of the time... Oh, little acorn thing. It's neat. Oh! Oh, I'm sad I broke it, but that's neat. So those systems basically were what a lot of movie theaters were in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. Most of them also served as dance halls and things like that. So dedicated built-in seating wasn't a thing and things like that. And that continued into the 60s, though you started to see the dawn of dedicated cinemas, where they would have proper cinema cameras and cinema sound systems, which often included two tweeters, a bank of 4 speakers, and a bank of 2 woofers. So you got 2 tweeters, 4 speakers, and 2 subwoofers. And the subwoofers would be at the front, bottom of the stage. The tweeters would be up in the back. You know, and you would kind of be reliant on just those. And so you couldn't get the low, bassy growl, right? So instead, they were focused more on making things sound good in the mid-range, which meant you couldn't have these intense, growly, deep vocals. In the 80s, something emerged known as Cinemax. So Cinemax was a new protocol that was developed for creating what's called surround sound. Alright, now what are the rest of these? So surround sound, also known as 7.1 surround, though at the time it wasn't, it was 5 points. You would have 4 columnist speakers that contained a bank of speakers in air quotes, audio bars that contained in them strips of speakers. So that way it would sound like audio was coming either from the front of you on the left or the right, or the back of you from the left and the right. And if you wanted to shift the sound more, so that way it sounded like it was coming just from the left, you'd turn both the front and the back left on. If you wanted it to sound like it was just coming from the front of you, you'd turn the front 2 on. If you wanted it to sound like it was coming from the right, you turn the right 2 on, and if you wanted it to sound like it was coming from the back, you turn the back 2 on, right? And then, above you, you'd have a bank of tweeters and woofers. Now, eventually this became 7.1 surround through various iterations, and a new standard was made called IMAX. IMAX is basically a... Homegrown brave soldiers tested their skill. I don't know where that would be. Maybe I'll get the other one. And so, anyway, you started to also see the emergence of subwoofers, things that could go even deeper than woofers. Now, these were expensive things that only enthusiasts or very high-end theaters would have. IMAX was an extremely proprietary standard at the time, and getting access to call yourself an IMAX theater was nigh impossible. And and so subwoofers were very rare. Though, eventually their technology proliferated and IMAX opened itself up once people had figured out, basically, how to get around it. I think that might be the next place I need to go. So anyway, once that technology got out there into the open where people could get at it, suddenly it proliferated, and people reverse engineered the protocol so you didn't actually have to be IMAX compatible or IMAX certified, you just had to be IMAX compatible. And so eventually IMAX opened up the standard and they sent out evaluators to make sure any place claiming to be IMAX compatible was meeting the IMAX standard, which had been opened up. After all of that goes down, a second thing begun to happen. Suddenly, you could mix and master specifically for IMAX. And IMAX wanted compatible movies, so they would sponsor movies to create IMAX versions that were mixed and mastered for IMAX specifically. Because, hey, they just spent all this money and time developing this format, and now they've got a bunch of people who are compliant with that format. So, it makes them even more money. Okay, these are apparently temple ruins, not a garrison, but I'll give it an eyeball around anyway. Okay, well, that's not the EX chest. Hungry, put the nerding on pause or speedrun the answer. I will pause the answer. Ah, an EX chest. one of what I'm looking for? Oh, no, Midna's helmet. Alright, well, I am going to check where this is. EX, colon, treasure, phantasm. Just so I know where I'm looking. Okay, the Colosseum ruins. And the Hyrule Garrison ruins. Those are the places I need to be checking. Okay. Which, that's the Hyrule Garrison. And I always forget about the Colosseum existing. Now, I know there's a Lionel in there, so I'm going to see where it is specifically. Northwest wall on the ground floor. So somewhere along here. I wonder if the set has a passive ability that makes mobs avoid you. That would be nice. Also, I'm going to BRB for a moment. Just to get myself some food. Alrighty, and I'm back. And I got myself some dinner. Got myself a couple of these absolutely lovely buns. And I'm going to eat them with some hummus. Okay, there is a guardian here. So I am also going to look up where this ruin is. Where this one is. So... Eastern edge, specifically. Okay, here. Noble, there's a guardian here, which is code for I'm in danger. I am not fighting that shit. Okay. Over here is the chest I need. And then the helmet should be in the Colosseum, and I made the pin there. And welcome back, Copper. Copper, I'm curious, what stuff do you like on your French fries? Shoestring fries. The kind where they're soft rather than crispy. That's fair. Me personally, I like my fries with salt, pepper, a bit of vinegar. You know. I don't go for malt vinegar or apple cider vinegar. I strictly white vinegar. I did not come to fight you. If you want to tell the story, I am all ears. But if not, I am not going to pry. I don't know if I said that out loud or not already. I think I got East and West mixed up. Also, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be the first time Nintendo has actually properly acknowledged the, like Breath of the Wild, I mean. The online, or not online, the Game Boy, there we go, the handheld. I was thinking headset, and that's why I thought online. The handheld, Zelda games is, like, in one of the proper games, is the Phantom set, I think is a reference to Phantom Hourglass. Ah, I see, I see. That is really sucky. That's perfectly understandable. The few times I've had to deal with stripping wallpaper, yeah. The few times I've had to deal with stripping wallpaper, we always just wetted it down with water. Yeah, I cannot imagine that as a pleasant experience. Like, as someone who likes vinegar, I think I would be sick if I had to deal with that. Well, that was bullshit. Yeah, I would have just, I would have solved that problem if I was trying to strip wallpaper. But by, using water to soften up the paper, scrape it off. And, you know, like, I get it. Afterwards, you want to have something that sort of eats the glue. But I would have, wetted it down with alcohol. Ah, I see. Yeah, with the whole room rework, one thing I'm thinking about doing, just since renovations are on the mind, um, is I want to add wood paneling for about the bottom third of the wall. Maybe full on the bottom half. Adding a nice little bit of trim to it. And it's going to necessitate different trim on the bottom as well. What I want to do personally, is get an actually nice wood for the trim, for the walls. And the other thing I want to do is I want to add a flared out bit at the top of the wood paneling. So I want to get them all in a really nice wood, all in the same wood. And when I say nice wood, I mean, it's probably going to end up being 2x4, just cheap 2x4. And then I'm going to take, and I want to stain it a really nice dark color. It's probably going to end up ripped down to being like really thin sheet stock by the time it's done, and getting, you know, the little decorative design put on it, as well as the little tongue and groove system, so that way it all locks together. But I think it's going to be really nice, and I am thinking about getting a paint for the ceiling, a nice sort of lavender paint, and then I want a nice, like, cozy floral color for the wall. And I'm thinking maybe getting some sort of, like, white and lavender floral print paper, maybe? I think that might be nice. The swamp of the valley, dead trees south of Dueling Peaks. Back out to Dea Lake, eh? Well, we can get the horse this time. That way I'm not teleporting around and I can actually just ride my horse somewhere. You know, I want my room to be nice and cozy, and so the people who last occupied this house before us, they had a very cold color scheme. In this was the old master bedroom that had been converted into their son's room, and now we're living in it. And I'm occupying the old master bedroom. And the trim is all painted black, so is the door. And the walls are all this cold, bluey gray. And, like, that's cool, if that's what you're into. But I want a warmer, cozier space. you know, there are a couple of black bookshelves in here, which, that's fine. But, I'm thinking about ways to try and make them look nicer. And I've got these nice white IKEA desks, and I'm really liking how they make the space feel brighter. So I'm thinking what I might do is I think I'm going to keep the white desks, and I think when I do the wall rework, I might save some of the wood or get some plywood, and do up some molding for around the edges of the bookcases, for the floor, for the sides, for the top, and where the corners meet, as well as to add sort of like an apron to all the shelves. And then put plywood, just some thin, basically treating it as a veneer, plywood on the sides of it. I might even just buy veneer for it, if I can find big enough sheets at a reasonable price. And then stain and finish that to give it a nice, warm brown tone. Oh, yeah, the majority of the space being dark is another way to fuck with your head, too. So, okay, there is an amount of color-related psychology that is bullshit. That is most of color-related psychology. But dark colors, where you spend a lot of your time, has been shown to statistically increase rates of depressive feelings and all sorts of other stuff. It can also lead to a feeling that a space is smaller than it is, and like you're trapped there, which is why, despite a lot of minimalist colors being white, black, and gray, most minimalists generally opt for white. Or a light beige, or like one of that suite of colors. Oh yeah, that's totally fair. The thing that you actually need, though, and not you specifically, but the thing that you actually need, that the minimalists don't tend to recognize, is you need a space that feels cozy. Oh, it's this. This is why I've come here. Never mind. Already been here. Okay. The swamp of the Valley of Dead Trees south of Dueling Peaks. Okay, the reason this fucked with me is because there's Dueling Peaks. Now, the swamp of dead trees. South of the Dueling Peaks. So it could mean somewhere along here. Maybe even here. If that's the case, I can just whoop. Working in the ICI sector, literally everything is white, white, gray, black. There's the only colors in the IC. The ICI sector knows. I don't quite know what in the ICI sector is, but if it's anything to do with the government or big business, yeah. Ah. Yeah, it's funny. They pick those colors because they're minimally offensive. Right? Like, you know, who the fuck has strong opinions about white or gray or whatever, right? But because that's the bulk of the colors that are used in the corporate environment, yeah, they eventually become offensive. Okay. South of Dueling Peaks. Yeah, I'm with ya. They're chosen to be minimally offensive because who has opinions about them? No one really has strong opinions. But because they're the colors of corporate life, they very quickly become some of the most hated colors. Oh. Okay, so I had actually moved past it a couple of times. So I thought there's no way. But no, there is a way. I wouldn't exactly call this a swamp. Well, shit. Okay, there it is. Okay, apparently now we've got a Xant's helmet. Alright. I want to try and do these without checking, but what I have no idea where they are. Okay. Highest of 3 waterfalls north of Lake Floria. At the bridge between small waterfalls over Floria River. At the Broken Stone Bird of Ibra Forest. Okay. Okay, so there's the highest of 3 waterfalls north of Lake Floria. There's Lake Floria, and that should logically be the highest of the three waterfalls at the bridge between small waterfalls over Floria River. Okay. The Sojourn Bridge. And at the Broken Stone Bird of Ibra Forest. Okay, so this is Ibra Forest. So somewhere in here will be a broken small bird. That's where I'm at now. Alright, well that didn't work out so well for me. One thing I don't want to do is hugely cut into room space, so what I might try and do is see if I can get the wood paneling to be about... about maybe... fairly thin. I can't think of a number off the top of my head, you know, but like... the kind of thin that isn't gonna matter. I think my best bet would be to head to the red one first. Try to handle them in sequence. Eighth inch. Eighth inch would probably work, yeah. Okay, I know woodworking doesn't often use this, but, like, split the difference at 1/6 of an inch. You know, rip a whole bunch of 2x4s, 2x8s, 4x... whatever. Rip a whole bunch of them down to the right size. Um, knock the one edge down to 1/3 of an inch. Oh, I've got a fuckload of metal on me, don't I? Oh, apparently just my sword. Well, we'll get back to that in a minute, Floofy. There's such thing as 6 in inches, I think. Well, see, inches are fractional. And if there's a quarter and there's an eighth, then theoretically there's a 1/6 of an inch. These are only used by having fractions? Okay. Well, anyway, split the difference between an eighth. Split the difference some way. Between, you know, a quarter and and an 1/8 inch, because I worry that an 1/8 inch might be too thin. Suppose I could always get a 2x4 ripped down so I've got an 1/8 of it. And I can always see if that's too thin. I guess it's too thin for what? It's a decorative piece. But anyway, so take that and what I want to do, and this is why I'm worrying it might be too thin, is I want to rip a decorative little thing on the one side where the lip goes. That's going to be called the groove from here on out. There's this little decorative bloop, and there's a little indent underneath it. And on the other side, a thin down cut. So it would be basically taking a 1/16 off. Oh, right. So the way I want to do my room is I want to do wood paneling on the top, or not the top, the bottom, say, 1/3 to a half, somewhere around there, of the room, and I want to put some nice decorative trim around it. So I'm working out roughly how I would do that. So, what I would probably do so I'd want, no, frog! I wanted to pick up the frog! Oh. Goodbye, Frog Fran. Dumb rot got in the way of Frog Fran. So yeah, I'd get some wood and I would cut it down to the right size. And the particular way I would do that is called ripping. I'd rip the board down. To the right thickness. And then on a router, I would cut a bunch of decorative grooves in the top, maybe going in just like a little bit, but you know, a little decorative mark of some sort. And then underneath that decorative mark, I would put a little slot called a groove. And on the other side of the board, the full other side, I would cut it down so that way it would fit in a matching groove, and that's called the tongue. And I'd have to do a whole new trim on the bottom, like a whole new floor trim, and new top trim. Oh, that's because the ridiculous people behind woodworking in Canada still use the imperial system. So woodworking in this country is still done in silly units. Woodworking in most countries is actually still done in silly units. Because woodworking is a very traditional thing. And there's no real push in many countries to modernize woodworking numbers. So woodworking is still done in silly numbers. The biggest thing with woodworking, too, is you just need to know what numbers you're dealing in. if you know, okay, this is what this is, and this is what that is, then you can reproduce stuff. And since the US and Canada share a lot of the same electrical, woodworking, and other bits of important infrastructure, Canada usually just uses the metric system to describe an imperial thing. Like, there are things that are obviously intended for sale in the US. But they get sold in Canada too. And so you'll see a measurement like, it's so many, like, it makes sense. It's like 5 cups or whatever. But it's like this many milliliters exactly. And it's something like, 8 point something something point something something milliliters. Or 800 and something something milliliters. Or, something something point something something, or whatever. And it just kind of get... and sometimes find stuff by tenths of an inch. Yeah, so 1/3 of an inch, you could just say is, 3/10 of an inch. Okay. Let's see what the hint was again. At the highest of 3 waterfalls north of Lake Floria. Yeah, well, there's still one more. Okay, well, there's Lake Floria. So of these, these are the Floria Falls. And this is the highest one. So unless it's inside of the shrine, which it might be. We just have 10ths, 8ths, and 16ths. But descriptions and listed measurements are almost exclusively done by the latter. Which is odd to me, because 10 is far easier for the mathematics that we use in the, well, in our particular base 10 numbering system. And so on one side, 8ths are smaller on the other. Huh. And as someone who uses metric and is used to a, counting system built for base 10, that feels intensely odd to me. Why would 10 not be the base unit? Oh, there's a chest right fucking here. Okay, well, that wasn't what I was looking for. Okay, I'm cool to cheat. Sure. So, Noble, about Rumbly movies. Right, Rumbly movies. So, one of the things about IMAX is it included subwoofers. And subwoofers were new and popular, and the people who were spending all this money in them wanted them to be useful. So movie manufacturers got pressured to make movies that would help show off these subwoofers. So in a quiet talking scene, the subwoofer doesn't really see much use. In musical scenes, most music has already been pre-mixed, so it doesn't see much use. But action scenes, where you've got explosions and gunfire and things like that, setting aside that explosions and gunfire are actually rather high-pitch affairs, people think of them as being low and rumbly. Especially if you hear them far away, you lose all of those high-pitched notes, and you just hear the low rumble of battle. And so a lot of the action scenes get mixed for a low, growly, rumbly sound. That is the biggest reason. So that's the reasoning behind why you would mix for a subwoofer. And then people got trained up, knowing, okay, mix for IMAX, and to mix for IMAX, you mix for... You mix action scenes for subwoofers. Oh, okay. I need to be around here. Silly Shorebo. But yeah, so if you're someone who's coming up in audio mixing, you learn very quickly that your skills are most valued by the IMAX people. Then, you know, to be most useful to the IMAX people, in action scenes, you need to make the fucking testicles rumble on everyone within 5 fucking miles. You know, so... Right, they're the people for whom this mixing is being done. See, they want that big rumbly mixing because... So, the IMAX... Okay, so basically, the IMAX people go, hey, we want to show off our cool, fancy cinema stuff. And to do that best, we want you to mix for that. And the studios who have mixed films, well, the IMAX studios basically sponsor them, so that way they can have cheaper rent at any IMAX theater. So the studios want to get the deal on an IMAX mix, right? Or they want to get a good deal. They want it to be as cheap as possible for them to put movies in theaters. So they very regularly cost cut. Right? And so you know, they're like, well, we want as cheap as possible for us to get our movie in theaters. We want to make the most money we can, blah, 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 blah. You know, so for them, they're being paid to show off. The IMAX-ness. Right, I get you. I'm not saying that it's right. You asked me for the explanation, and the explanation is it got developed, they wanted to show it off, so it got made. So, in order to show off the feature, they started, you know, sponsoring places to specifically make movies for that format. And because there was money involved, you know, it's like, hey, it's profitable to make movies like this, then they do get made like that. And so the incentive structures are basically set up such that everybody wants to make, you know, IMAX compliant movies that show off IMAX's supposed best feature, its most innovative one, and so you're left with things where they just rumble. And it's not good. Because if you don't actually have a proper surround system with properly calibrated woofers, properly set up stuff, then all that time and work in mixing and mastering, which might sound good in a theater, keyword might, is absolutely obliterated on someone's home cinema, or on someone's TV, or on someone's phone. So the idea is that it will sound good and cool, but it doesn't necessarily sound good and cool. You know, so it doesn't sound good and cool, but that's what it's supposed to. It's supposed to sound good and cool. And, oh, these are bird statues. Okay. You know, they're supposed to make you go, ooh, cool. Oh, big sound. It was worth coming. You know, it was worth spending money to come to the theater. And we got the privilege of seeing an IMAX movie. you know. And back in the day, they really were considered cool to get to go and see. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, back in the day, there were also a lot of films that were mixed not for IMAX. Because mixing for IMAX was expensive. And so a lot of films seen in IMAX theaters were not. Alright, so, in the ruins where trade flourished, the ruins where sinners were imprisoned, and the village ruins next to Farland where many people once gathered. Okay. So that's out in Hyrule Fields, and I think that's the maybe village ruins next to the ranch ruins. That might be a prison. So, where else? Where trade once flourished. Ban action hunts. I don't know what you mean by hunts. Do you mean horse? I'm going to assume you mean horse. Okay. Ziggy, set a reminder for 5 minutes.
One moment. What would you like to be reminded about?
Horse.
Set a reminder in 5 minutes.
Alright, well, let's head up to the red one first. Because that's the one I'm confident about. And I should eat something. Goofy, I'm surprised you haven't tried the ban a word one yet. What word would you like to ban, Floofy? That really should have a fill-in text box. Not my favorite word of all time. Ah. Monster. Ziggy, set a reminder for 5 minutes.
One moment. What would you like to be reminded about?
Spleen.
Set a reminder for...
I said it while setting the reminder for the ban. The ban does not tell me when it's up. That's why I have Zigopher do it. Arrows does not help me. Ah, I think there's the chest. Apparently that's not the chest. Hmm. Oh, where could that chest be? Oh, where could that chest be? Oh, where, 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 oh, where could that chest be? Could it be in your liver? Could it be in your brain? Could it be in the ankle I am going to sprain? Oh, where could that just be? Oh, where could that just be? Seriously, where could it be? I don't know. Where could that just be?
This is a reminder. Horse. This is a reminder. Horse.
Let's see. In the ruins of Hyrule Field, at the ruins where trade flourished, the village ruins next to farmland where many people once gathered. Okay, well there's the ranch, which would be farmland. And this is village ruins. I've checked in there. Checked in there. I suppose there are a few more buildings around the outside I haven't checked. Where could that chest be? Where could it be? I would like to know where it could be. Where it would be. And where it should be. Damn it. If you could fuck off, Mr. Guardian, you could kindly fuck off, Mr. Guardian. You have no business here.
This is a reminder.
You have no business here. And that's why I will rip out your spleen. Now where could that chest be? That useful little chest be? I think I'm going to Google it while I say the word spleen. Oh, spleen, spleen, spleen. I can say the word spleen again. After Floofy's Ben has left it. So spleen, spleen, a spleeny song. I can't think of a spleenier song about spleens. Okay. So, Windswept Meadows. Okay, Castletown Prison. Oh, okay, and this one is stuffed under Guardian's corpse. Also, anyone who came on the silly song about spleens, Floofy banned me from saying the word spleens. It's so mean. Spleens are excellent. I like to squish them. Squish a spleen. Okay, Windavance Meadow, and then somewhere along here is where Castletown Prison is. So I'm gonna go check out Windswept Meadow next, which is down here. One of these days, I'm gonna buy myself a plush spleen so I can just squish it. I can actually squish a spleen. I'd intended to take an actual hop off the darn thing. Pretty much floofy. They lost tracking on me, which is good. Good. Oh, okay, they're called the Exchange Ruins. So a place where trade once flourished. And it seems to be the same basic ruin layout as the, as the garrison. This is a different ruin layout, but I don't know if it's a unique ruin layout. This little tower thing certainly isn't. This is the normal chest. And another Korok seed. There's our special chest. Dang, thought I might get some brain damage. Make me forget what I'm doing here. I could have an excuse to not get the rest of Tinkle's armor set. Apparently I'm not as lucky as I hoped. I have found Tingle creepy since I first encountered him. He just gives me this very disturbing feeling. Like, something ain't right about that guy. Ow. Also, time for a new shield. Spleeny weenie. Frog friend! Yay, we have frog friend! Oh, yay. Ah, frog friend. I wanted one earlier and I got so upset with the rock for getting in the way of a frog friend. Fuck you, Rock. I have acquired frog friend. Shit, there's guardians on that island. I have forgotten that. Okay, I want to know exactly where I'm going to get this last piece, so I can spend as little time as possible doing this. An island, post for a treasure chest from the rebel. Okay. They show Guardian actively pursuing Link in the picture where they've got it, so...
pleasure.
Okay, I need the strongest gear I've got. Okay, we've disabled multiple legs. Okay, come on. Just gotta get the food in me. Come on. I killed a guardian so I could get Tingle's fucking shit. What the hell? There has got to be at least something wrong with me if that's the arrangement that happened. Like, getting this is apparently why I killed a guardian. Alright, well, we'll leave it on while I move to the next quest. Actually, I might have gotten... Oh, no, mask rumors. Okay, Woodland Stable has a copy of the Super Rumor Mill EX. Some detailed rumors about this rare mask. Apparently Goomba says, oh, there is. Yeah, there is. Thank you, Gary. Also, I have to take my pill, so I am here, but I'll have Gary pin a message that I'm currently taking a pill, and so currently taking medication, and so I'm muted.
Yeah. Ah.
Alrighty, well, that is the medication taken. So let's get that message unpinned. Okay, and unpin this message. There we go. All medication, all taken. Alrighty. I'm not really super chuffed on this top or these pants, honestly, as part of my custom outfit. There we go. See, I like this part of it. The mask and the cape feels very nice. And I thought I would like this, but I'm not actually all that chuffed on it. Not sure how I feel about that either. Let's try this Hylian tunic. Let's see how that's going to look in white. Because if it looks good, then I can match it with the Hylian hood and have an up versus down hood look.
Hey!
I think the white one is going to work. Hylian rice, ice chooch jelly. And yeah, the silent princesses. And then, yeah, I can go for a hood down or a hood up look. And then I'm going to pair it with these boots, which don't really need dye. They already have that nice crisp white look. And let's see, what's our next quest? Rumor has it there's some kind of bridle that enhances a horse skill and a saddle that can summon your horse right to you. Supposed ancient horse here really exist. Well, we'd have to go find that out at the Highland Stable up here. And we're down here in Nicladia, so let's hop up to where our horses hop on, and then we can ride all the way down to the Highland Stable to find out. That I might be able to run past them, but apparently not. Run away, run away, run away. Run run away, run away, run away, run away.
Urbosa's fury is ready.
Good, glad I drove the jackass off. And let's get back on my horse. Come, horse. Come thither, horse. We're getting you some new horse gear. The horsiest horse gear to ever horse a horse. Horsely. Ha-ha. One might almost say, horsome. Come, horse, let us go. And the perfect name for a horse? Beeple. One thing that's really interesting about horses is that when they're not running, they're actually really stable animals. Because when they're trotting, only 2 of their hooves are ever in motion at any... Well, all 4 are in motion, but they're only actually exerting force with 2 of their hooves, which leads to a bipodal amount of stability. Which is relatively good, all things considered. Tripodal is the optimal, with 1 being alright, 2 is better, and 3 is best. 4 weirdly loops back around to being worse, because you'd assume more feet more stable if that were the case. But no, 3 is the optimum. 3 solid points of contact can be oriented on any surface. Provided their center of mass is in the center of all 3 of them, 4 will always be the most stable. Because you can rotate it basically to any point and find the perfect spot for it. There are a lot of things like computer desk chairs have like 5 or 6 legs. And the way they usually do that, they usually solve that balance problem is by basically having their legs have a little bit of play in them, or a little bit of springiness to them. And when you sit down, all the little wheels sort of like push and find a natural center point, but for a fixed, non-movable leg. 3 is best. But because of the way horses move, and they only ever have 2 of their legs in motion, while, you know, at a nice stable walk, it leads to this almost glide-like feeling. And if you've ever been on anything like a horse-drawn carriage or something like that, you will feel that stability transfer through. Because there's not this thunk, 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 thunk grind going on. There's not a human walking where there's sort of like a lumberingness to it. It's smooth because they're always in motion, but there's not this up-down thing going with it until you break into a sprint. Because once you break into a full gallop, there are actually periods of time where, you know, it's the back two legs and the front two legs, as opposed to a walk where it's like one front, one back leg on opposite sides. People, we missed the turn. We've gone into the bad part of town. People, get us the fuck out of here. We've gone into the bad part of town with the lizardmen. But they're not just here to make Facebook. They're here for our lunch money. Huh. Hello, Beedly. What do you have for sale? Arrows. Lizard friend. Hello, lizard friend. I now have a lizard friend. Looks like the rain. The bridle is south of Hyrule Ridge, beneath the cherry tree at the mountain where creatures gather. The saddle is at a mysterious spring where a horse's spirits reside. At least that's what the rumors say. Sounds like the ancients liked to horse around. I need that gear. And Tracy gives it a recommendation of 5. Well, people, you stay here. Let's give you an apple. You got a bonk. You got an ouchie. I'll give you an apple for your ouchie. Yeah, people. I need to go show some hoodlums what for. Excuse me, hoodlums. Good. Pleasure doing business with you both. The 3 of you. Pleasure slaughtering the 3 of you. Goodbye, hoodlums. You will not be missed. The people will actually be quite happy now that you're gone. Good day. All hoodlums, all gone. Are there more hoodlums? There's something specifically about the adventure log that I missed.
Kaboom!
Louis, thank you for the kaboom. Oh, there are more hoodlums. Goodbye, hoodlums. I shall slaughter you. Dream, good night. Good night, Riley. Have a good one. Sleep well. Oh, other hoodlum. Hoodlum. I still need to feel your blood trickling out of your skull. Little hoodlum. Here, hoodlum, 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 hoodlum. Here, hoodlum, 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 hoodlum. Here, hoodlum. Yeah, but you liked that. Let's just say goodbye to those last brain cells. Bye-bye. Yeah, I hope you sleep well. Have a good night. Alley. I was murdering some hoodlums. Noble being creepy. Look, they needed killing. They got killed. Simple as. Now, let's see. Under a cherry blossom tree at the mountain where creatures gather, at a spring where a horse resides. Now, I bet this is up here at Horse Lake. Or maybe this is Horse Lake. Either way, it's up at Horse Lake. Alright, well. Yeah, I think it's up the way then. So I think it's the lake where the horse fairy resides.
Mifa's grace is ready.
And hello, Drewski Foam. How you doing? Also, that is a pretty cool shark emote. I'd like to think I'm a pretty cool shark myself. Also, that appears to be your own emote. Are you a streamer as well? I moused over it, so I saw that it was listed as Drewski 57 cool. Is I a streamer? Ah, well then, Floofy, can we please get a shout out for Drewski? Also, that is a pretty cute shark. Thank you, no problem. And thank you for the follow. I have dropped a follow on you as well. Also, may I ask, what is your pronouns and gender, just so I can address you as properly as possible? Now, the other one said, under a cherry blossom tree at a mountain where creatures gather. Now, he, him, they? Okay. That is a nice combination. I think we're looking at Satori Mountain there. That's where I'm going to set my pin. I am he, they as well. And I would say that my gender is femboy. Ah, I am also well, I'd say I'm a cyborg, though thresher shark. I am not a protogen, though. Do not let the screen mask confuse you. Wow, 2 techno sharkies? It must be a fated meeting. Indeed, indeed. How far are we in Breath of the Wild? So I've beaten the game before. So far we have been to we've beaten all 4 of the divine beasts in this new 100% playthrough. And currently, as I've been shilling for just about every hour, we're doing this as a fundraiser so I can get myself a new bed. And so chat can set objectives and challenges, and the one that has just been set, or rather was set last stream and I'm still working on, is to get all of the extra armor. All of the EX armor. And I think I'm close to getting it all. Yeah. And I let my horse walk completely the wrong direction for heading for Satori Mountain. Because I was checking something on my phone. Yeah, so, I haven't gotten a new mattress since 2005, which was when I was 5 years old. And I am now, well, the math's out, so that way now I'd be 25, heading to 26 this year. So, yeah, so that's what we're fundraising for, and we're currently a third of the way to the new bed. And I'm very, very thankful for all of the generosity of everyone who's watching. As well as, you know, people who are throwing bits and subs and things my way, and on the Ko-fi page, there's a whole list of if you spend X amount of money, you get X thing. Yeah, it's poking into me, the springs. It's not a fun time. And so the bed that I'm looking at getting is actually, it's a couch bed specifically, because sometimes I like to sleep sitting up, sometimes I like to sleep laying down, sometimes I like to sleep sat partially upright on the chaise lounge of couches, so usually using the footstool on couches that don't. And this one from IKEA, it pulls out and becomes a nicer bed. And I got to try one when I was actually at an IKEA picking up the 2 desks that chat has quite kindly helped me acquire as well through the last fundraiser we were doing. And it was wonderful. It had just the right kind of firmness that I want in the bed. You know, I don't like soft beds. I like nice, firm beds. When I was a kid, I liked soft beds, you know. Because when you're a kid, your whole body's mass is more concentrated on one point, and so your body sort of deforms on, or the bed sort of deforms around that one point, and you're a lot closer to it. But as an adult, I'm a lot physically bigger than I was. My mass is more distributed over a larger area. The bed sinks and moves unevenly, and that puts a lot of strain on my back and on my hips and on my chest and on my arms. And it's just, fuck it. Give me a nice firm mattress. It's got like I don't want it to be a brick. I don't want to feel like I'm laying on the floor. But I want like the floor, but with a little bit of squish to it, you know? I want that firmness with just a light, nice, light little squish to it. You know, I am too old to be like, oh yes, give me this thing where I sort of sink into it. I'm like, no, no. I want basically a slab that squishes slightly. And thank you for the hydrate and stretch. Out. Out. Also, just so people know, very briefly, this isn't modded. If I move over to the side here, you can see that it's actually got 2 of the maps, because I literally just green screened out around the map and stuff. About 12 years on you. If I sleep the wrong way, I'm dead for the week. Yeah, I'm already heading that way. It's actually part of the reason why I've been trying to exercise more, lose a bit of weight, things like that. You know, I want to take better care of myself, so that way I can, you know, feel good for a good long while, you know? Alright, so we gotta head up to Satori Mountain, which we're making pretty good progress on. You know, we started this quest last time, but it was at like the tail end of last stream. And now we're coming up on the last 10 minutes of this stream. We might go a little bit into overtime. But, yeah, I figure we finish up the quest, we get our new bit and saddle equipped, and then I try something that I've wanted to for a while, which is getting a horse up on the Great Plateau. Alright, so just a bit further north. And let's see here. Cherry blossom at the mountain where creatures gather. I think the cherry tree on Satori Mountain is up near the top. It might not necessarily be up near the top, but I'm pretty sure that's where it is. Alright, we've got to go through the horse thing, I think? Or, no, that's Satori Mountain. Right there. So we don't got to. Oh, and yes, Adrisky, do feel free to join the Discord. So the stream schedule, currently is, 3 times per week. Mondays, are gonna be from 3 till 6 p.m. Eastern. Wednesdays are 8 till 11 Eastern. Well, 8:30 till 11:30 Eastern. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the cherry tree's up at the top here. And Fridays are from 6 p.m. till midnight Eastern. And so the way it works is Mondays are me just playing whatever I want to for those 3 hours in the middle of the day. Wednesdays are a 3-hour stream with me and Jensen. So the initial idea was we both have pretty substantial backlogs, and Wednesdays we were going to hang out and play through games on our backlog. And then I gifted him Half-Life, and so we started playing through Half-Life together. And then we said, well, hey, do we want to play through this game together? And then it became we're playing through co-op games together on Wednesdays, which has slowed down Wednesdays as a day where we burn down the backlog. And Fridays currently are these fundraiser streams. Once we've got everything all fundraised, I'm looking at making Fridays a multiplayer with chat day. So, like, seeing if I can, you know, set up Mario Kart Wii or Jackbox or, you know, Among Us or... Oh, there's a cherry blossom tree. Okay, it's not quite at the top of the mountain. Ah, and there does look to be a chest in there. Oh, and it's got little cherry blossoms on it. That's cute. Okay, I'm gonna go into here and options. And let's see, HUD mode is Pro. And then options, HUD mode to regular. And I think I'm going to make that the new thumbnail pic for the series. That's just such a pretty picture. Also, I'm guessing that you've worked in the food industry, given use of the term herd. I have as well. I was a bartender while I was in college the first time. And I'm looking at going back to college, though I don't think I'll be doing bartending this time. I'm thinking about getting a degree in urban planning or potentially civil engineering. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, I know. I know that a couple of the bars that I worked at while I was doing in college the first go round, I was only been there for the year right after high school. I was getting an equivalency 2 in networking. All right, at one of these stables, I should be able to equip this. I don't know which stables that is. I actually had it pulled up here. The south... Okay, so the Highland Stable, Outskirts Stable, South Akala Stable, and Woodland Stable. Highland, Outskirts, South Akala, or Woodland. What's closest? Outskirt. Alright, I'm looking for someone named Canny, apparently. Whenever, a new order came in on the POS system, so if it was a drinks order, because there was a way for, one of the places I worked at, so if you specified it was a drink order, it would come through to the bar. If it was a drinks order, it would come through to the bar, which is where I was. And if you specified that it was a food order, it would go through to the receipt printer in the kitchen, right? And whoever was running that, they would rip the thing off and they'd call it whatever the order was. And you'd hear one of the guys go, "Herd!" Meanwhile, up at the bar, it was, you know, it was just one, maybe two of us. So one of us would reach over, grab the thing, and go, "All right." We'd make the drink, and we go, you know, and then we'd put the ticket on the drink over, and we'd go, "Got another one." And one of the waiters would come over and grab the drink. Alright, I'm looking for a canny. Right, who I'm looking for? Actually, these are quests. I should be taking them. And you're not who I'm looking for? Maybe there's someone else around here.
This is a reminder. Set up a redeem called Zaku. This is a set up
Okay.
a redeem called Zaku. Zaku.
Okay, who is this canny, and how do I find them? Okay. So I need to find this canny. Are you canny?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Oh. Mm. Ah. Mm.
Saddle. No, I actually want the ancient saddle. Yes. Alright. And by the way, thank you for the head pats, if I didn't say that already. How long have you had your Fursona for? Okay, so this is where it gets a little messy. If we're counting when I first came up with it, around 7, maybe 8? It was when I got a book of all the characters for the DS, specifically the DS, Animal Crossing game, which is Wild World, and I was sad there wasn't a shark, because sharks are my favorite animal, so I drew an Animal Crossing shark. And I made lots of little doodles of it over the years. I'm not sure where they're all at. And eventually I ended up on a website called Fur Affinity in high school, where I saw lots of cute Animal Crossing art. People just started referring to it as my persona, so I did too. Eventually I ended up a proper furry. And then it basically became my persona, and then over time, it got techno-gubbins added to it, became less Animal Crossing, more properly humanoid, and here we are. Alright, and let's see. I want to take you up to the Great Plateau. Alright, there we go. We've got a good distance from you, so... Now I can hop up here onto the Great Plateau. That way you won't get whistle called. I can actually... Because I know it's possible through some other bullshit to get a horse up here. Just wonder if it bans them from... Yeah. I've got people up on top of the Great Plateau. Nice. I'm technically only had mine for a year. I'm relatively new into the fandom, and I knew for decades, but just got expressed that side of me until last Christmas. My friend got me in my PNG tuber. Aww, that's really sweet. See, before I got that book, I was really hoping that there was a shark in the game that I had missed. The brief TLDR on how sharks ended up my favorite animal. So it's really funny, at least to me anyway. So, my parents took me to, as part of a church trip to the aquarium. Now, I was like maybe a year or two old at this point, but, you know, it was a long thing down to Toronto to the Ripley's Aquarium. And, you know, it was this whole big church trip about, you know, oh, see, you know, they say we came from fish, but we didn't really come from fish. So, you know, my parents were pushing me along in a stroller and whatnot, but we couldn't have evolved because clearly fish are still here, and if we came from fish, why are there still fish? Which is like asking if, you know, your family came from a line of Johnsons, but you're now a Marcus as your last name. Then why are there still Johnsons? It's not quite that simple, but that's an easy way of conveying it, you know. And so they had these shark plushies, and apparently I screamed, cried, and wanted one, and my parents, being all big and churchy and, you know, couldn't, you know, exactly discipline their kid right then and there, but they could silence the child. And it was done by giving me a shark plushie that I took with me everywhere. It is, sadly, very, very battered at this point, severely roughed up, but I plan on getting, some fabric, and some new stuffing, and, going through the process of repairing that old shark plush, and then he might get seen on stream at some point. So anyway, yeah, when I was going through that, you know, people would, you know, because I took it everywhere, people would get me shark things. And so, you know, slowly people got me more and more and more shark things, and I just ended up with a lot of shark things. And, you know, sharks became kind of my favorite. Through basically just lots of sharks. Lots of shark stuff. Around lots of sharks. Sharks is cool. I like sharks. Sharks are now my favorite. They've become my favorite animal. And 20-something years later, I still like sharks. Anyone trying to watch this playlist is probably going to hear that story a couple of times. Nice, I grew up next to the ocean, so I've always... the ocean and have been offshore fishing, where we caught and released sharks. Ah, lovely. Sharks are not as menacing as people think they are. They're a wild animal. You treat them with respect, they will treat you with respect. You treat them casually, they will treat you casually. And casually for a shark means that they go a little bit explory, but they only have one organ to do their explory with, and that's their mouth hole. And unfortunately, you fit in their mouth hole, if they're big enough. So don't go near the sharks. because they're they're curious little things, or curious big things rather, and you happen to fit in their exploring orifice, which is the face, and they feel things with their teeth. It just so happens to not be great for you, because it can kind of include taking bites. Now let's see. It is time to end stream, so whomst are we going to raid? Except Noble is a knife Sharko for the most part. Well, I am a touch evil, but I'd like to think I am a nice shark. Most of the time. Let's see who I'm following, who is live to get a raid. Oh, well, one of my partners is live, so let's go raid into them. Definitely evil some amount of the time. Yes. And here we go. Sharks Rough Ride on in from Breath of the Wild. And for those of you who have access to the emotes, please do consider using this variation. And I want to thank everyone who followed today, which was Drewski, and thank you for joining the server as well. I hope you all have an absolutely amazing rest of your day, all of you. Bye now.